There we are. Hello. We're back again. And today, we're going to be continuing. Actually, I need to do some warm-ups here. Because I haven't drawn it all yet. Today. So, my hope for today is actually not only to get through this page, but to get to the next one. And the next page, well, that first panel. I don't know, maybe I'll just do the first panel of the next page. That will be quite a bit of work, lots of hands. So, depends on how long I feel like going for today. I ended up being up late last night. So I don't know. I need to remember how to draw her hair before it gets cut. All right. Let's try something a little bit better. What am I at? I'm at 8. Let's push up to 10. Oh boy. Pretty sloppy. All right. All right. Hello, Maji. It is good to see you. Let's do some figures now. Loosen up a bit. Part of the key to drawing well is not being too stiff. Learning how to loosen up with your pen strokes. What's the project today? We're going to be doing, I'm just doing some warm-ups right now. We're going to be continuing on with the page. I want to try to get as many pages done this week as I can with the time I have off, which means I'll probably be streaming Friday as well. I won't be streaming tomorrow for obvious reasons. But I want to see if I can at least get like a few pages done, maybe even 4 pages. Maybe. Yeah, that's a tall ask, maybe. All right. Kind of funny. I've really found a liking for typically. So I think I showed this. When you're coming off of a traditional style of figure drawing and such, is this right? Yeah, that way. You work with obviously a pencil. And the way you draw with the pencil, you're able to use much more like edges and things like that to try to describe certain aspects of your shape. And it gives it this very like loose kind of figure kind of feel. And I've never been able to really do this very well and use the pencil in this fashion. Part of it is I've never really practiced it. I mean, I have actually, but like it's never really clicked with me, so I've never really solidified that style. So I've been really preferring the monochrome thin line style a lot more, and pulling shape and form from just a line. That's really been my preference as of late. For a while, actually. Ever since I started working on this comic. That's kind of scary. Let me do a proper rendering here. Need to practice this. I have to draw it a couple times. I want to have his hands folded into each other. No, I do not. This looks really bad. There's please see that here. Whatever. Here, so. Dang, I've gotten pretty quick at drawing him, I guess. That's nice. He's pretty easy to draw. It's like a little longer. Not very much. So so one of the repeated criticisms I keep hearing about new animated films in general, or something in particular. Um, I would, because in general, I don't know if I would necessarily. I keep hearing about the new, because I wouldn't say that's a big issue with animation. The new Disney movie is very. Are you talking is it the Wish or whatever? I've not really seen a whole lot, but it wouldn't surprise me. It looked, from what I did see of it from one of the trailers, it looked incomplete. It reminded me of like a test render. There are some movies that like the really low budget films where like you'll come across the scene and it's like clearly not finished. And from what I remember, yeah, there was something kind of like it looked unfinished, and I think part of what it really came down to was it they aren't adapting. It's like they're trying to force the style into they're trying to force a more traditional like 2D look into 3D, but like not doing it right. That's the impression that I kind of got, and yeah, that would come across as stiff because 3D doesn't really agree with some certain things that you can get away with in 2D. I remember watching a video a while ago where a person explained essentially like in 2D you can get away with do I want to draw anything else? Yeah, I'll just do some more grab Googles. Anyway, but yeah, so in 2D, you can actually get away with like still frames a lot easier than in 3D. 3D, everything needs to kind of feel like it's moving all the time. Now there are exceptions to that, especially like again, you can absolutely make 3D look like 2D like really well. And I've seen that done, but like, yeah, it looked like they didn't really commit either way in that film from what I've seen. So it probably does come across as very stiff. Not trying to Disney bash. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that movie seems like it was like kind of plagued with just a lack of vision for one reason or another. Who knows why, right? But it just like it's kind of where the infrastructure really feels like it's gotten to. It's just like, what's the point of this movie, you know? It's been a lot of Disney movies as of late. Yeah, it's not a very good, whatever. Talk about cartoon stretch in 2D versus 3D. That's part of it. But it's one of those things where, like, stylistically speaking, when we see animation is kind of interesting because you're balancing against reality, and so the closer that you get to reality, the more of an expectation there is therein for it to function really, it's sort of more like Uncanny Valley stuff, but not quite like uncanny so much. It's what is it? It's just how do you convince the audience that what they're seeing is real, right? In 2D, you've already really left the realm of realism behind, especially in the more stylistic departments. So you're able to get away with a stillness to your work, if you will. It's the same reason why, like, it's actually the principle. It's the principle behind why a painting is still valuable in the age of photography. It elicits a different response, right? With 3D, as technology has gotten better, and there's been this kind of like catering to like a higher degree of fidelity, if you will. It begins to kind of lose a sense of charm, and if you were to try to kind of artificially insert that back in by like say, oh well, we want to have our cake and eat it too, let's take 3D, right? And instead of being like, okay, well, how can we utilize the aspects of 2D that make it interesting, we say, well, it has to be 3D. It has to look this way because this is like the Disney brand. This is like, it's got to look this way, right? More on like a technology, not even so much on an art side, but more on like a technology side. Frick, how am I going to do this? I shouldn't start with that. Hold on. Her chin is actually over here. Drinking the water in the bag. I need to slow down. It might take a while for me to like get warmed up proper. Anyway, so yeah, you have this kind of almost technological limit, and then you're trying to essentially it's trying to turn a photograph into a painting is a good way to put it, I guess. Right. It's like it's always going to look off if you do that. It's not going to have the same intentionality to it. It's the same reason why even stuff like AI struggles to have any kind of sense of intentionality, because it doesn't, right? Those weird, awkward strokes that you see have no precedence. There's no actual aspect of thought put into it. Now, there is thought put into this, but again, it kind of, at the same time, there isn't, because you're having to compete. Like, you have so many different departments going on at Disney that it's like, eventually you reach this, like, mass, if you will, where, unless it's really well organized, you're going to wind up with something that ends up being, like, just sort of a culmination of all these different parts with no intentionality to it, and so it feels very like off. It's not right. It's just like it almost feels it's kind of almost bootleg-esque. That's kind of how I see it anyway. That's how it feels. It'd be so rough working on film like that. I can't imagine working on something where, like, you have no, like, artistic agency, basically. It just sort of, it's like you're putting it out, you're working on it, something like that, and you're trying, right? You're trying to make it cohesive, you're trying to make it art, but because of the foundation that it's built on in terms of, like, and it could be for a variety of reasons, it just isn't coming together. Oh my gosh, that'd be horrible. That'd be, oh my word. New one looks off. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't care for the visuals of what I saw of Elemental. It just looked, I don't know, it looked weird. Maybe I just saw some weird scenes. Yeah. Yeah, that was the problem. But yeah, everything kind of again, if there's no clear like idea behind how you're utilizing the medium or the technology specifically, then it's very easy for it to feel off. It's very easy for something to like struggle to have a sense of like structure, I guess. Speaking of structure and struggling with it, hold on. I gotta think about this. Yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. I probably should just look. I'm curious what it looks like for real, right? Because I remember just like a little bit of the trailer, and I haven't seen it in forever. It'd be good to take another look at it, just to kind of maybe analyze it a little bit. Actually, it would kind of flop down like that. It's stiff. It's kind of like this coarse leather kind of stuff. Actually, I don't even think it's probably it might be kind of a fibrous material. Now that I think about it, probably taken from the skin of these worms. Their skin is more akin to like what you find on roots and stuff like that. It's a little bit different, but it's similar to that. looks like cloth. I mean, it's cloth, but it's what it's made of that matters. Whether it's fabric or leather or something else. The neck right. Maybe. Actually get some room to maybe not. Okay. So hold on. This side of the head. So it would be that. It would be like that. Thankfully, she has long hair, so I can cover up some mistakes. Would it just be a curtain of hair? I think it would be. This doesn't look right. I've got to redo the head. Hold on. I need to actually think the head through a little bit more. And the neck. Hold on. Well, I like the rough sketch looks. Honestly, same. I think that's one of those things where like you gotta like appreciate what I call the fingerprints of the medium. There's so much there that just helps to really like make it more, you know. I try to kind of keep that. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with my line work today? I guess I'm really not warmed up. I try to kind of keep that as much as I can with my work because yeah, it's really like that's really interesting little bits will come into play. That's why I really admire. Okay, I've got to Give me a second here. Okay, there we go. What was it? So that's why I admire like traditional work, because it inherently has that. It's what I try to model my work off of. I don't care for digital art that looks too digital, which is ironic, I suppose, because I purely work exclusively digitally. But there's ways of getting a very natural look. I actually tricked a friend of mine. Shared some of my work, and she's an artist, and she thought it was actual like sketches and stuff like that, and I explained later that it was like, nope, that's Procreate. So that's a good sign, though. That means that I'm getting where I want to get with my artwork, because I'm having it look very, very natural. Okay, that's better, although the neck. Oh, boy, I am having a heck of a time with that neck. Let me try something. Part of it is, oops, the neck isn't that short. So let's move you up. Well, I was hoping these panels would be going quick, but I'm not exactly warmed up, so... What are you doing? What? What? Shoot. How did that happen? What is this? Oh. Crap. Well, that's dumb. Wait, really? So it... really? Why? Oh, there. Really? Whatever. Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, rough lines. I really do think it's a shame that so often that's like avoided, if you will. I think it should be embraced more. I think that you should seek out to see those lines and stuff like that. You see more of the thought of the artist behind it when you see those lines. It's actually really fun going back and watching the old Xerox era Disney films for that reason. I remember I saw some clips from the old Winnie the Pooh shorts a little while back, and that was made in the 70s, I want to say 60s or 70s, and very rough, very, very rough. Some of the frames are so rough, and it's awesome because you can see like, okay, that's how they drew it. That's like, see the structure that they're using to really like understand the perspective and stuff like that, and like it has this roughness to it that just gives it such a charm. Really cool to see. I've actually heard that there's a cut of Princess Mononoke that is the rough cut, essentially, like the pencil tests and board layouts and stuff like that. And it's like, man, I really want to go out and find that because I think that would be very cool to see. Couple things going on with this that I don't. Oh, is that it? Huh. That's the whole album. Huh. Cool. All right. More of this. Nice. Yeah. It's kind of funny when I started teaching animation this year. We didn't have Procreate yet installed on like the devices and whatnot, and so we had to go traditional. We had to play around with old school styles of animating. Kind of threw off my mojo though when it came to teaching. It was like I was expecting to have that, and I didn't. So, little bit. It was a little bit of a hiccup, but we got through it. Yeah, I'm not mistaken. There are actually pencil tests of Moana, indicating like it was going to be a 2D animated film initially. Never saw that one. I heard it was good. Heard people really enjoyed it. You know, there's actually a short little animation done not too long ago, like it just came out the other day, called, I haven't seen it all yet, but what was it? Something, the train that could, or something like, or the engine that could. And it's actually fun seeing it because it was very funny, very American in its style. It blended 2D and 3D really well, but just its style was very much inspired by the American influence of like animation technique and stuff like that, as opposed to a lot of stuff nowadays is heavily inspired by Eastern animation styles, Japanese animation styles and stuff like that. It's kind of what's popular now. It has been for a while, longer than I think people might fully realize. Yeah, it was just really cool to see something that really kind of went back to the more traditional, like, American influence, and kind of re-explored it in a very in a newer fashion. I was very happy to see that. So I feel like unfortunately the American style of animation has really, like, not disappeared. There's still stuff out there that harkens to it, but just isn't as relevant, I guess. Just isn't as explored. And I think there's potential in it. I think that there's a lot of really good stuff that comes from the way it was explored, and I like that's coming from you know, I love particularly like European style animation, especially like French animation. I love the timing of French animation, the way that they handle their sense of force and spacing and stuff like that is wonderful. If you want a really good example of that, watch Ernest and Celestine. Has some wonderful movement, just absolutely terrific movement. But at the same time, as far as like backgrounds go, as far as aspects of style that the States were kind of exploring, and actually even as late as the 2000s, we're still refining. That, yeah, it just isn't. It just kind of got left behind a little bit. It's been kind of stagnant, unfortunately. What's up, Kylie? The main companies are dishing animation. I mean, that's the biggest problem, is like when you try to put your hand into every pot, like you run out of hands pretty dang quick, right? So like that's what's really that's the hot water that Disney has really landed themselves in, among other things. But it just, oh my goodness. Okay, there's a lot wrong with this. Maybe we just a little bit better, but there's stuff wrong here. Arm. Let me try something. He has small hands, but maybe not that small. Considering. I don't think I'm getting very much done today, to be honest. Well, I'm not too worried about that. It's just certain aspects of, like, the limbs don't look cohesive. It's a little better. I think the face isn't. This isn't the shape of her face. She has a very. It's very straight here. I really should practice her from angles like this a little bit more. Let's try angling this up. And not quite that much, but not quite as much. Because I don't exactly know what she should look like from this angle. Okay, let's. And pinky's on this side. That means we set this back. Yeah, I'll keep working it. It'll get there eventually. It just might take a little bit longer. That's how it goes. But catch you, Maji. Have a good one. I'll be streaming for a while, hopefully. So. That doesn't make sense. I almost wonder if I should just kind of keep it. That. Yo, what's up? Bucky, I guess. Interesting name. Hope you're doing well. Just confused by some communities? Same. Anyway, you can put a GIF as a profile pic. Well, that depends on the platform. If you're talking YouTube, not that I know. Animate the moon. I totally would if I could. That'd be cool. But the moon over here, this is all animated. Got the little swirls going. Nice and slow. Ah, crap. Are you kidding me? That's irritating. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. How in the world did I go and do that? I see what happened. Alright, I think that's back in the right spot. Goodness, I'm gonna get it. Alright. Yep, hello. Evening, Bruder. Good to see you. On my camera from like 2002. I can't remember when this camera was made. But it gives a nice grainy look. Oh, shoot. Man, that thing is driving me nuts. Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's do him now. Okay, it's really dumb because 10 hours, I see. It's really dumb because there's a little like stupid heart thing that gets in the way of messages, so I couldn't read how many hours it was for a second. 10 hours? Nice. Hey, if it helps get a better sense of your world, then hey, it's worth it, right? Yo, what's up, Yufu? But only distantly, so figuring out how they all are related really helped. Nice. Is it kind of like a royal family thing, or is it more just like the inheritance of names and stuff like that? Getting all the dates to match up? I can imagine, actually. Kind of figuring out how those generations work. I imagine, though, it's easier to work from the back forward through time. But wanting to land where you need to, I can see that being kind of tricky. Actually, I wasn't expecting a whole lot of people today. It's been really cool. So many people come in. With the holidays around the corner. Then again, I suppose it's just a national holiday for us, so still a whole wide world out there. Just looking for something to do. That actually reminds me, I watched a really interesting video on the chronology of the Myst series. If you know those games, the point and click, the really popular point and click series from the 90s. And that was a crazy watch. It was like a 3.5 hour video or something like that. Just put the turkey in the brine. Nice. So, all right. So here's slumped shoulders. What's up, Wrangler? Good to see you. Man, I've probably said this before, but anytime someone comes and says "hail," I always think of the scene from Room Service by the Marx Brothers, "Hail and Farewell." I just watched that one the other day, man. That was such a funny film. Okay, so that's where the shoulder is, so the thing would come across here, actually. Where's this leg go? Wait, that's the wrong angle. Maybe he doesn't actually have it against his shoulder. Maybe it's just like his leg. What do I try to capture in my comics? A sense of dreaming. That'd be a good way to put it. But that's more general in my art. This project in particular is I'm pulling off of a sense of I'm trying to explain it in a unique way to other things. Because I'm inspired by certain things, and I'll go into that. But it's a I try to capture a sense of not mystery necessarily, but like you are viewing into a world that is going. It's been going. How is it going? That's kind of the question that you're asking. And ultimately, like, where's it headed? That's kind of what I go for. I go for a very like kind of melancholy sort of feel. I'm not super into like doing like action stuff or whatnot myself. Of course, that's just this comic. Every comic tries to capture something a little bit different, I would say. But this one in particular is that kind of feel. I'm actually exploring a premise created by like the founding member of Team Ico, for the game Ico, which is something called design by subtraction. And the idea being, if it doesn't contribute to the core premise of the story, get rid of it, essentially. So it ends up being very minimalist, but essentially in that minimalism, you are so striking, you're striking something so precisely that it makes for a very unique experience. So that's a little bit of what I try to go for with this comic. It's been fun. It's been very fun exploring that. I remember it meant a lot to me when a friend of mine, very good animator, but just incredible animator, he saw my short film, and the way he described it, he's like, I've never watched something. I think it's been a while, so it might be kind of misquoting, but essentially what he said was, I've never watched something that like I didn't understand what was happening, but I was so entrenched, like fixated. And that's the big thing that I'm going for with this. It's not necessarily, you don't have to necessarily get it right to be enticed, to like want to keep reading, or to want to know or understand. Even in the way that I render like the main character, she's kind of an antithesis to what you think of as a character. I don't rely on a personality or relatability or anything like that. It's I'm kind of building off of an absence of those things, if you will, that you want to understand, not why it's there, but why it isn't there. And it seems to be working. People seem to be really intrigued by that idea, which makes me happy. I'm really happy that people are enjoying it. Let me see here. Oh, shoot. Pick to play. Good. That means that it's consistent. It's not a fluke. I want there to be just that. Essentially, like, it's kind of funny because, like, I don't really have any interest on, like, working on, like, video games or anything like that. But I actually find that I get a lot of inspiration artistically from games. Not necessarily though the kind of things you would think, like power systems and equipment and stuff like that, but rather the like less the understated aspects of games. And a big part of that to me is the way that games can entice kind of this feeling of there being more beyond the world, even though you know for a fact that there isn't, right? Like objectively, there's nothing beyond the polygons right in front of you, right? It's just a skybox, right? And yet, you know, there's this aspect of wonder that some games really give you, and other games don't. And it has very little to do with the actual like quality of the art necessarily. Like I've seen games with like really good like art and stuff like that, that don't have that feeling, that feel more boxed in, like what you see is what you get and whatnot. And so that's a premise and that's an idea that I've been exploring for a while now. It's just that exploration of how do you make it seem bigger than it is. And I've actually found that less is more with that in many regards, which is pretty natural. That's a fairly natural conclusion to come to, because when you can't go to the edges of the horizon, you run into an invisible wall that says you can't go that way. If something natural is preventing you, it's just like within the game. It's a matter of, okay, now your mind kind of takes over and goes, well, what else is out there, right? What else can be seen? If this barrier wasn't there, you know? Just captures that imagination. Actually, that's another big thing I try to capture. I try to capture the audience's imagination. Not in a like, oh, look at me, look at how amazing my world is kind of way, but in a what do you like? Where do you go? The story kind of thing. Because that to me, that's the most fun stories, right? Is where does it end up? Yeah, that's not right. Yeah, exactly. There's stuff constantly happening everywhere, and no one can convey that effectively. Yeah, no, that's a good. See, that's how you make kind of a breathing world, if you will. Like, yeah, there. Like, I would put it even past YA, although that's kind of the easy punching bag because it's so popular now. But okay, that's his right hand. That means that this is the gauntlet hand. Yay. Okay. But like that, unfortunately, I see that in a lot of stuff where, yeah, it's like, oh, like main character wasn't there, doesn't matter, right? You know, it's like just kind of, I don't know, just kind of makes it boring because then everything is so like not necessarily predictable, but like again, what you see is what you get. It doesn't invite you to kind of think, okay, what could be happening elsewhere, right? A lot different than most artists. Yeah, I mean, I try to approach things from a different way because, like, I don't know, it's more fun to do that. I don't know. I don't really have interest in, I guess, the typical routes that people tend to go. that's up to them, you know. If they want to do that, then they want to kind of make their series whatever, their story whatever the way they want. It's like, okay, but chances are I don't have interest in that. I want something that, I don't know, I want to find things that I've never seen before. That's the way I look at my art. It's as much of an exploration for me as it is the audience, because that's fun. Actually, I have a really good recommendation for an awesome adventure film that I think you would appreciate, Bruner. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Royal Flash. It's from 1975, I believe. I just watched it with a friend of mine the other night. Oh my goodness, I forgot how much I love that movie. That is such a fun adventure film. And it's takes place like in our world. In the 1800s, in Europe. To give you a little bit of context, one of the characters is Otto von Bismarck. If you know who that is, which I think you would. You seem privy to history and such, which would be one of the reasons I would recommend it. But very, and it kind of it what I like about it is everyone has their own intentions. They're kind of going for their own things, and it doesn't. The guy that unified Germany, I believe so. Certainly wanted to. It is on YouTube. Actually, is it on YouTube? Is it on is it on YouTube system, or is it like just on YouTube? Because I remember it's also on archive.org, so you know. But fantastic film. I absolutely love that movie. My brother showed it to me a while ago. But yeah, Otto von Bismarck, definitely a prominent figure in European history. In the lead up, very much in the lead up to World War I as well. Of course, there was a lot of stuff leading up to World War I. But yeah, and what I like is like, for the most part, a lot of movies I notice where it's like, oh, this character has this plan, right? And it's like the one plan. And then the bad guys have the plan, and it's their one plan. And then, like, of course, the good guys' plan like goes through or whatever, right? And maybe there's some drama. It's like, oh, is the plan going to succeed? Blah, 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 blah. But what I really like is when it's like, okay, this person has their plan. They're working towards their ends. And they're having to adapt to circumstances of someone else's plan, like, coming into play, right? And it's like, that's cool. That's fun. That's, you know, that makes it feel like we're talking about this breathing world. Has 1 hour 40 minutes, called Royal Flash 1975. Yeah, well, that would be it. That's funny. So yeah, I guess it's just on YouTube. Kind of the nicer thing about older films. I don't freaking know what I'm doing with this. Hold on. Let me. That. Very much a story you're trying to write, yeah. Honestly, that's what makes for a really good adventure story, I find, is adventure, like, isn't just like, isn't action. I think that's the mistake a lot of movies make, where it's just like, oh, it's an adventure film. Here's a bunch of action. It's just like, well, that's boring. You're on an adventure. You're going out and seeing new things and like a bigger world, you know. And you're having to kind of like navigate that. It'd be up like in there. So. I need to draw his hat as well. I'm going really slow today. This is like even slower than yesterday. Man, I don't know. I think I need to warm up for longer. I'm starting to get into the flow, but like, boy, took me a while. Do I have a streaming schedule? Usually my streaming schedule is 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, Tuesdays and Thursdays on Pacific Standard Time. That's typically my schedule. This week is a little bit different because I have some time off, so I'm taking the time to try to really like crank out some pages. But yeah, that's what you'll mostly find me doing. Obviously, this week is a little bit unique for America, so I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming this Friday as well. It would actually be here. That'll work, I guess. I don't care for the hair. I'm gonna need to work on the hair. Anyway, I'll do that after this. Just looks kind of ugly. Works for here, but like it needs more shape. Okay, anyway, did I forget? No, I didn't. Okay. That actually isn't the right angle. It's gonna be lower down actually, because it's looking fairly neutral down it. need to slow down. I'm getting too fast. I'm getting too, like, I'm moving too quickly. It's causing me to screw up in places I shouldn't be screwing up. Right there. Actually, that works because there's a ring at the top. The helmet, anyway. What program this is? This is Clip Studio Paint EX, one of my favorite art programs. Wonderful program. Been working in it. Wow, how long have I been working in this program for? I think since 2016. Actually, I can check down the line, but been working in it for a while and never found anything better. Especially for like comics. It's great for comics because you can do like the kind of layout stuff and whatnot. And it goes on sale. I need to figure out where his other hand is. Maybe. Am I knowledgeable in it? Pretty knowledgeable. I know. I'd say there's a side of it that I haven't really explored, which would be like, look over here. You have like color patterns and monochromes and stuff like that. And I've messed around with some of this textures and whatnot. And I've even messed around with 3D stuff, extracting line work from 3D objects and whatnot. But there's a few things that I just don't use, and so I'm probably not like as aware of. There's a lot of tools I tend not to use. There's especially in like the 3D areas and integrations. Is this? Yeah, maybe a little further up. Anyway, don't worry about that later. For now, let's see if we can figure out what this hand will be doing on his knee. Alternatively, I just kind of don't draw it. Although that looks a little awkward. I do want to draw the other hand. You can turn videos into long exposure photos in it. I understand the premise. No, you can't do anything like that in this. It's primarily illustration and animation. You can import videos into the animation timeline, but you can't like do any kind of crazy effects like that. That would be more fitting for like an editing software, maybe something like DaVinci Resolve or something like that. Which is another really good program. If you're looking for a good editing program, I highly recommend DaVinci Resolve. Pretty sure you'd be able to do that in DaVinci. Look up a short tutorial or something. Not sure 100% how you would do it, but there's a lot of tools in it. looks really bad. Not dealing with Adobe. I don't blame you. This definitely isn't like a photo editing software. This is like I said, primarily for art. So there are a few things that Photoshop has that it doesn't. But at the same time, there's a lot of conveniences that this has that Adobe just doesn't care to add. So. Yeah, I left the cult of Adobe a long time ago. I did everything. I've done everything. The last time I touched an Adobe product was let's say it was in university. A few years back now. I have an idea. What of that? Let's do. Up. How about personalized PNGs based on system time? I mean, you can make PNGs in the program. You can't, but there's no like coding or anything like that. So you would need a system on your computer to handle the actual like exchange of the PNG. That's where. What's up, last name? How's it going? Oh, I'm having a hard time drawing today. It's one of those days. Keep in mind, we've been going for almost 2 hours and I haven't gotten one panel done. Frick. Boy, I was expecting these to be a lot faster. This should not be taking me this long. I don't know why it's taking me this long to get this done. It's kind of frustrating. Oh, it's on the inside, so yeah, you would just be using. Taking multiple hours to write a single sentence. Yeah, that's how writing be sometimes. That's how all art is, honestly. You have those days where it's just, man, it'd be nice if I could get something done. Wouldn't that be convenient? It's just... There's just a lot I'm really not happy with in this panel. Holy crap. Let me see if I can salvage it. Oh, that's part of the problem, is the pencil is way too thick. That's annoying. What is going on? Oh, I know. Sticking to that. Alright. Actually be... Let me try. Actually, no, it wouldn't be. Dang it. It would be this way. Mean that the elbow would be this far or so. Or actually, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it would go this way. It'd go like up. This would be bigger. How's it designed again? Actually, hold on. Smaller. Bigger. And then even slightly. No, it wouldn't be slightly wider. It'd be like that. But it would mean that this would actually come out further. This would actually be a complete circle. That. This. Slow progress is better than no progress? Definitely. How about creating fractals using vectors? There is vectors in the program, and there is... let me think about that. I suppose in a way you could. There's some symmetry tools and stuff like that, but there's not like projection. There's no like kind of projection kind of systems or anything like that I'm aware of. Unfortunately. I'm doing all right there though, last name. I'm making progress. Makes me happy. And then we have the mast of the ship. That doesn't look right. Or maybe I shouldn't have the mast there, I don't know. You know what? Yeah, we don't need the mast. It's not the right angle anyway. Unless I... Yeah, we won't worry about that. I give myself a break. That isn't right. That's really not right. Dang it. Okay, hold on. I think this might be a little bit easier than I'm making it out to be. I don't need this much of an angle. It's actually straight on. That could mean that would be a circle. Whatever. This. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, this isn't the worst panel I've drawn, but boy, that was, I don't know, that's rougher than I would like. I need to do... Okay. There's hotel pools. Let's see what else we got. FM Skyline. I feel like I've listened to FM Skyline before. Let's see. Maybe not. Well, let's see what happens. There we go. I'm getting my sense of line back here. Don't forget to warm up when you draw. Don't be like me. Technically, I did warm up, but I should have. I should have warmed up more. Should have done some more exercises. Let's rethink the hair here a little bit. I don't like all of this. So let's try to think of it in terms of the shape. A little bit better already. All this doesn't imply the shape of the hair very well. Kind of looks like a patchwork coat or something. All right. That's a little bit better. Definition. Okay, there we go. All right, that's better. That looks more like hair. Still not like crazy about it, but yeah. It's gonna be like that. And technically speaking, we're gonna actually. Like kind of this sense of Come on. This is kind of nice, this music. Oh, I could be listening to Red Pilot Sun, actually. Maybe I'll do that here. Alright. Anyway. Yo, Guilty, how's it going? Jeez, I've been going for 2 hours and this is all I have. Crap. Alright, whatever. Let's keep going. No other way to fix it. Planning to go for about 6 hours, I think. You'll last the whole thing. That's alright. Don't neglect sleep. Honestly, it's just great that you guys show up, like, most of the time anyway. Hang out, chill. Hope you have a good Thanksgiving tomorrow, by the way. Sounds like you're putting in the work. Okay. Okay, that doesn't look terrible. That's not the worst. Not the worst. I need a... I feel like I'm playing an old, like, humongous entertainment game or something. With this music, it's great. Okay. So, now. This panel. Oh boy. Oh, frick. Okay. One more thing I need to draw. And I may need to correct some things here. Because her eyes are wrapped. How did I forget that? Good grief. What is wrong with me? Back on it. This song perfectly reflects my mental state right now. Just like, not quite cohesive. But boy, trying. Alright. Humongous. Humongous Entertainment. If you grew up in the 90s or the 2000s, you know who Humongous Entertainment is. Almost guaranteed. And if you don't, then that's just sad. Oh, come on. Goofy and spread all over. Yeah, I could say that. Like I said, disharmonic. Yeah, it's getting a little out there. A little bit. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, we're okay. Alright. So, let's do this. This was the most updated one. That's fair. We'll say though, great games. I can't wait to draw her with her new design. I can't wait till I get to the pages where I actually thumbnailed properly. Well, I say thumbnailed properly. Technically, these are fine thumbnails, but where I actually, like, put thought into, like, more. Okay, maybe I should have stayed up until 4 in the morning last night. I think I'm starting to have a hard time. No spin. What is this track? I'm not sure. Let's jump over to something else. What have I got? Now I can't really. I'm not sure if I can do home anymore. I can do luminous. Yeah, screw it. We'll do luminous. Luminous is good. They have a lot of music here. There we go. That's nicer. is gonna be. Once again, I think I made the hand a little small, or maybe not. I did make her arm a little too big though. And her horse, so it's not that big. That'll be covered up anyway once I repair. Let's see what I can do here. That looks really bad. Come on. Oh, I wish I could draw. Plot wrong here. Power slap. Never heard of it. Well, welcome back. Slap fighting. Okay, I have heard of that. Okay. I like how open her mouth is there. I think the head is a little bit big. It definitely is. Okay. Okay. There we go. That's better. actually like reaching across. I like that better. Um, mm, Frick. Okay. What was it? 65. All right. Alright. Woke up after 5. Yeah, that's how it goes. I've done that before. Offline, you piece of garbage. Come on. Freaking. Hello? Am I back? Freaking. I hate Spectrum. They used to be doing really good, and then they decided to just like start screwing around or something. Now my internet just drops. You're here? Am I here? That's the question. I'm live? Okay. Freaking swear, man. I'm gonna need to get something to eat here soon. I don't know what to get. You got mashed potatoes? That sounds pretty good. So I could go for mashed potatoes. Not quite. Need another one. I swear, one of these days I'm gonna forget his sixth finger. I'm gonna feel really stupid. I'm gonna have to draw this as a glove. Party can start? Good. Let's get going then. How's it going, Kahuna? Jeez, man, I don't know. I'm having a heck of a time today just getting things to go where I want them to go. Is that right? Just draw good. My life is a line indeed. I mean, truth be told, that is just the best art advice. Just draw good. That's how it works, right? Just draw good. I am making progress here. Slowly. You're homeless, just buy a house. Man, wouldn't that be great, buying a house? Oh, man. How wonderful that would be. Don't worry about that later. For now, let's make this look actually decent. Actually, this hand needs work. This is so bad. Okay. Okay. This is the pinky. Frick. I did this wrong. I always do that. Oh. Four. The fifth one is kind of tucked away like that. Actually, did I even? No, I didn't. I didn't even finish this one. What are we listening to tonight? We are listening to the soundtrack to a game called Atone. It's by the artist Luminous. I don't know who made the game. I have no idea what the game is. But Luminous makes some cool stuff, so I figured that would be good to put on. Oh, this would be good. I did this so backwards. But that'll work. This thing is actually Alright, we got there with this panel. Couple things about it that could be better. Her hands isn't exactly the best, but for feeling half asleep the whole time I'm drawing, it's not the worst. I think. I don't know. Definitely not getting to the next page, though, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm tired. I stayed up too late. That's honestly the big reason why. That. Okay. All that there. Now for this one. The last one, which is going to be tricky. All right. How long have I been going for? 3 hours? Dang, only 3 hours? And again, I've only gotten 2 panels done back on it. Tense desert fighting song. I guess that's fitting. Does have a very deserty sound. Crouch down like this, your legs are actually going back. This way. I'll worry about that later though. Yeah. What is the purpose of the blue lines? That's the thumbnail. So that's the plan, basically. It's to lay out the page in a way that will make it so that I understand what I'm trying to do with it quickly, so that I can make adjustments as I need to. Oh man. Hey. I probably should get up and get something to drink / eat. Don't worry about that for now. Stretch my legs? Yeah, I should stretch my legs. Let me get some water. Do I ever deviate from the blueprint in a major way? I feel like I have. I feel like I've like... Well, actually, yes. Well, kind of. I'll re-thumbnail things to see if it works. For the most part, I don't, unless I know like the thumbnail works, then I won't go forward with the artwork because that's a good way to waste time. But there are sometimes things that I'll put in that weren't there presently in the thumbnail. So on occasion, I wouldn't say like deviate in a major way. If that's the case, then I'll re-thumbnail. I'm gonna make a sandwich real quick. Shouldn't take too long. All right. What kind of sandwich did I make? We have peanut butter and jelly. Raspberry jam. It's good stuff. That's the quickest thing I could make. Okay. Yeah, I don't care for that. Truth be told, this isn't even right. I actually want it to go lower. Interesting. Actually, I want to push this really high up. That's not right. Frick, man. All right. Hold on. I need to. Okay. I need to actually properly sketch this out. So here's the pelvis. Another part of the pelvis. This way. This needs to be lower. More in that. Homemade freezer jam, nice. That'd be good. I've actually used Raspberry Pi filling as jam. That was good. Homemade. That's good stuff. What is it? Okay, that gives me a little bit of a clearer idea. What I'm going for. Yeah. Let's see how this. Hmm. Um, that's not quite the right angle. I'm getting there with this one. And then we'll do one more panel, and I'll probably call it there. So, it might be like a 5-hour stream, probably. So, not quite the 6 hours I was planning. But I mean, technically I could go on, I could... I don't feel like drawing more hands. I was honestly expecting to wrap this up pretty dang quick, relatively speaking, compared to these panels, but man. This one in particular was just something about it, man. This one didn't help. Alright, we'll go with that. I'd probably hate drawing the dead hands from Ocarina of Time. What, and they're 5 polygons? I'll draw a dead hand right now. That wouldn't be. Maybe something like that. And then they have thumb. And then a stick. I'm spooky. I am somehow rated E for everyone. Alright. Anyway. There you go, dead hand. Then the actual dead hand, like the dude, he's just like big long jaw. And long neck. And got that hump neck. And he doesn't even have hands. He has little like praying mantis things. There's a dead hand. Looks like he's going, hey guys, what's up? Anyway, let me finish this. Back to more horrifying things. Like, whatever the crap I'm doing here. I'll need to play Ocarina of Time again one of these days. I still need to beat. There was a ROM hack I was going through. Sealed Palace. I need to beat that. I got pretty dang far in it. Favorite dungeon from Ocarina of Time? I'm basic, probably Forest. Forest Temple was such a good dungeon. Such a good design. Honestly, though, like everybody complains about it, but I actually like the Water Temple as well, though. I like the design. I like the premise behind it, and just the atmosphere of it. It's a really cool dungeon. Also, it's not that hard. um, Crap. So that was that soundtrack. Um, yeah, definitely. It just has such a good like the premise behind it. You know, hunting down the pose and everything like that. It's just really good. I feel like listening to. Pictures of purple skies. Yeah, Memorex memories. That's it. Let's do this one. Yeah, the twisted hallway. I mean, I thought that was the coolest thing. I thought that was so cool. Let's do that. And now we add a rope. You're just tired? Yeah. I don't know. I guess with all the like prep for Thanksgiving and everything like that, it makes sense that everyone's tired. But the nice thing is, tomorrow, we just have to go. This year feels unique though. I don't know why. Excuse me. Ooh. Yeah. But you just like be thorough while you're playing it. But yeah, the water level thing wasn't all that bad. I thought that was a cool idea. It doesn't really. Um, I'll just go with that. All right. Almost done here. We just need to scuff them up. Oh, I know how I did that wrong. Oh, I see. I did try that. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'm looking so forward to having much clearer thumbnails. I mean, even looking at like this panel here, like looking at the stuff, the thumbnail, like this is so much clearer than this. Yeah. That's why it was easier when it came to him. Okay. Well, not my least favorite panel. Looks all right. All right. One more panel. And hopefully this one won't be soup. It's been a while since I had to draw her face from the front view like this. I don't like that. Not happy with that. Yeah, focus on shape. What's up, Trippy? Okay, we are actually getting close to being done. This page. Yeah. Sure. Okay. What time is it? It's 8:33. As much as I want to continue, I think it'd probably be a bad idea. So not gonna get as much done this week as I would hope. These pages are going a little bit slower than I expected, but what's today? It's the 22nd. I should be able to get the line work done sometime next month, hopefully. It's gonna be my goal, and then get to coloring. Coloring should go a lot faster. It'll still be slow, but maybe not. But I am glad that I was able to push through and get this page done, so that's good. Anyway, let's see. How? 8:34. Ended up going for about 4.5 hours, so not really quite the 6 hours I was expecting to do. I probably shouldn't push it though. Well, let me just tell you what. Let me just set up. Okay, this is thumbnails. Let me set the next page out. Hanging out on the VCL and Guilded. Cool. I might jump in then. Maybe I'll get a little bit later, more stuff done later tonight. But let me set up this page real quick with the panels and such. The panels, put it up. That's wrong. This shouldn't take too long here. Yeah, that looks good. I'll need to rework that pose anyway. Not happy with it. Okay. There. So that's set up for some work later. Don't enter. It is a silly place. What was it, Camelot? All right. I'll be back on Friday. I'm gonna try to stream on Friday. I'm gonna try to get through this page as best I can. This is going to be the hardest panel right here. This one, not the worst. Bit challenging here and there. This one, not the worst again. This one, not hard at all. This one just needs a little bit of reworking, then that's not going to be too bad. This one, lots of boat stuff. Lots of boat stuff. Gotta grab the shadow. That means something. That's relevant. I'll have to think about that. This won't be hard at all. So, okay. And then the next page after that, this one is going to take. This is going to be a lot of work. Okay. But otherwise, back on Friday to hopefully crank through this page. Page 2 done. That's 2 pages done. Pretty dang happy, all things considered, with this page. Might need to fix this. Not 100% sold on this. This actually doesn't look too bad. This I actually like how this post came out. This looks all right. I can scuff up his mask a little bit more, maybe. Yeah, no. This came out pretty good as well. This would be kind of cool. So, okay. Back on Friday. No stream tomorrow. Looking forward to eating food. Maybe I'll do a little bit of work tomorrow if I'm feeling up for it. Probably not going to feel up for it though. But either way, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Even if you're not in the States, it's never a bad thing to give thanks. Otherwise, enjoy the day. Friends, family, good food, all that good stuff. Have a good one. Take care. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye.